Hey, Dr. Speedy. Cool, cool, cool. There'll be, I'm only going to do Parasite Eve and FF6 today, and I'm going to take a break in between those, and then I'm going to do FF9 tomorrow. I could not handle doing all 3 games back to back, even with breaks in between, because that would be, what, with endings and stuff. Let's see, so about 4 plus... that would be about like 22 hours or so total, probably. Which is about double what I can handle for streaming in one sitting. Just wait a few more minutes to see some other people come on in, and then we'll get started. Hey, Raccoonius and Wickedtron, good morning. Hey, Zachy, good morning. Turn the game audio down a little bit. I had still had it set to 2, which is the setting I usually use for Super Nintendo, but PlayStation games tend to be a bit louder. Hey, Happy and Bedrasta, good morning. Or I guess good afternoon for Happy, at least. Alright, let us begin. I'm gonna start from a reset too, just to make sure I forget what exactly it takes to reset the in-game timer, because the in-game timer starts as soon as the title screen loads, and I think it keeps running during the demo loop. Yeah, I don't do Parasite Eve very often. I mean, I like it, but it's also really, really, really RNG heavy. Actually, before I get started, let me update my bot with the schedule, just because I'm sure a lot of people are going to ask about that. So, one moment, please. Yeah, now that I'm starting to talk, I can kind of tell that my voice isn't really 100% again, but this is still very significantly better than 2 days ago. So I might, unfortunately, not be able to sing the opera for FF6, but we shall see. I've done a couple RTA runs of PE before, mostly just for like other marathons or special occasions I've played this for. Hey, Wells and Wyvern. I've never really done serious PB attempts though. I mean, I think my fastest RTA is like a 320 or so, and I know the record for RTA is 307 by Dreambaum. I mean, I have the record for segmented, but I mean, segmented isn't really something people care that much about anymore because of streaming, so I doubt anyone's ever going to challenge that. Okay. Oops, one more tweak. There we go. Hey, Dylan. This should probably be about 3.5 hours for New Game, and then about 25 minutes, I would say, for New Game Plus. New Game Plus is quite a bit different than New Game, because this is a kind of a game where New Game Plus does let you carry over all of your and get your equipment and stuff. So, alright, let's start this for realsies now. So I always prefer to kind of mostly go off the in-game timer for this, just because I'd like to see how it compares to my segmented run, which is a 2:25 in-game. But I also run a real timer too. That's also why I don't stop the in-game real timer until the until I make my New Game Plus save, just because that's when you see your final in-game time. Oh, thank you, Nebulous. Well, you're not... I mean, the cutscenes in this game are unskippable, just because it's a 90s PlayStation game, and that's pretty much the way things were back then. But the text is really fast in this game. It's kind of comparable to, like, FF9 or Illusion of Gaia. So I'll try to kind of talk about the story, I guess, along with the speedrun route and stuff as I play, just for the benefit of people that have never played this game themselves. This game was actually not released in Europe, sadly. It was only Japan and North America, so that's a shame. Parasite Eve 2 was released in Europe, but this is the better game, if you ask me. PE2 is kind of more like a Resident Evil clone. Alright, so here we're getting introduced to our heroine, Aya Brea, who is a police officer from New York City. Hey Murph, good morning. Alright, run through 2 rooms, then we get us another cutscene. The starting to this game is pretty special, let's just say. Though I did get a lot of YouTube videos watched 3 minutes at a time during this cutscene when I was working at my working on my segmented run a couple years ago. This is pretty freaky too. Just a word of warning. This is kind of a survival horror RPG in a way. But yeah, it's kind of the game storyline is kind of the sequel to a Japanese horror novel also called Parasite Eve. You don't need. I mean, you don't. I think the novel was translated into English and released internationally, but you don't need to have read it or know anything about it to understand the storyline of the game. Yeah, I'll be safety saving, but yeah, I mean, this is a kind of a marathon, so I mean, all the runs I'm doing are going to be no resets unless I die. Because if you die in this game, it's over. There's no continue options, so I will be saving fairly often. Hopefully my voice gets better too with some more water, because I don't like the idea of having to talk like this for many hours today. But I also, if I was going to postpone this, it would have to be for like a month or more. Well, more than that actually, just because SGDQ is in a month, and it probably won't be until July before I have a weekend with enough free time to do this whole event. Okay, yeah, so people are setting on fire. I'm not going to really explain this part just because you're not meant to know what's going on yet. You're just going to the opera at Carnegie Hall in New York City, and then all of a sudden people start getting set on fire. Hey, Brasentia, good morning, sir. That's probably the creepiest part of the whole intro, if you ask me. That burning guy almost falling on Aya. Makes you hungry for s'mores, right, Brasentia? Death Knight, please don't go there. Alright, so now that cheery little thing is out of the way. Yeah, all three of the games I'm playing for this have some kind of opera or musical as part of them. Now that that's out of the way, we get our tutorial battle. This is an action RPG, although the battles are based on triggers, like other JRPGs. So you start with both a melee weapon, which is a club, and then a handgun. But ammo at the start of the game is really scarce, so I use my club to beat up the first two bosses, so that I can save my ammo for the next ones. Also, I'm not close enough. I want to be as close as possible, just because your critical rate in this game is very, very heavily based on how close you are to your target. My segmented run actually got, because this first boss, Eve 1, has 40 HP, and your club does 7 regular, 10 critical. So my segmented run actually just got 4 crits, which is better than the TAS. Yes, I am a little sick, but I am much less sick than I was earlier this week, and I can't reschedule this without pushing it back like a month, like 2 months or so. So we will move forward, but I think at this rate I'm sadly gonna have to skip the opera for FF6. Also, hey, Millerl. Alright, now we get another freaky cutscene. Again, I'm not going to explain what's going on just because you're not supposed to know yet. This rack I can one-shot with a crit. One somewhat annoying thing about the controls for this game as far as speedrunning goes is that this is a very early DualShock supported game, so the game doesn't actually support having both analog and digital controls at the same time, so I have to hit the analog button on my PS2 controller periodically, depending on what kind of controls I want to use. Also, that was lining up with that book so that with the diary here, so that you examine it as soon as you can, is actually pretty tricky, just because the hitbox for it is weird. My theory on the controls is just that support for analog controls got added late in the game's development process, and they rushed it to avoid having to delay release of the game. Alright, now we have Eve 2, who's quite a bit more challenging than Eve 1, especially with the club, which I'm still using to save ammo. So I'm going to use kind of safe strats for this part, because she either does this laser attack, which is not too difficult to avoid, or she can do a claw attack, which is very difficult to avoid. So I'm basically, if I stand a little ways away from her, she'll always use the laser attack. So I'm basically, doing that to, so I don't ever have to, I shouldn't ever have to deal with the claw. And because if she claws me again, I might actually die. If I was really trying to get a fast time, I would take more risks with this fight, and oops. And wow, one more hit. Ah, I was actually too safe with that. Okay, well, this time I'm actually gonna save before I get to that fight, just because, yeah, this is actually probably the most difficult fight in the first area of the game. Sorry about that, folks, but, I was hoping to get a full practice run of this in before, doing this too, but the downside to being sick this past week is that, I didn't really feel like, speedrunning. So yeah, there was a save point in that room where I got the first key, so I'll use that this time before fighting Eve 2. Well, yeah, that would be considerably easier if I was using the gun, but if I used the gun on Eve 2, I wouldn't have enough bullets to for the remaining fights in the Opera House. Without having to make detours to get more ammo. Thank you, Zealous Benediction. Yeah, well, it'll be the last time though, just because I'll save before Eve 2, and Eve 2 is probably it's the only kind of dangerous boss that doesn't have a save point, like literally right before it. Well, we're about to find out. I have not seen the movie. There's a Japanese horror movie that's, I believe, it's based on the novel, not on the game. Although the plot is I know the plot between the novel and game are very similar. It's just that the novel takes place in Tokyo and the game in New York City. I guess something else I could do if Eve 2 goes badly is to use the medicine one that I start the game with too. Hey, Ecocide. Yeah, you'd never know that this was a Square game, given that it's set in New York City in 1998. It came out around the same time as Final Fantasy VIII. Like the graphics I'd say are pretty on par with FF8's. Like they're definitely much better looking than FF7's, especially the character drawings. Hey, LeChucky. I have not seen the movie. No, I should be okay with FF9. I also didn't feel like practicing that because of being sick, but I'm going to, after I'm done streaming today, I will practice this 4 of FF9. Just because the main thing I really don't want to mess up is the Necron jump. It hasn't been that long since I've done an FF9 run that I should be okay with the rest of it. I mean, I highly doubt I'll get the double guard skip with no practice, but, I mean, I'm generally not going to die from messing that up. And of course there'll be plenty of safety saving. Just like the last time I did FF9 for a viewer's choice special, I'll be satisfied if I can get under 10 hours. Actually getting a new PB, it's gonna have to wait until I actually want to do no save runs with and get my route updated too, just because my second half of Disc 3 route is outdated. Hey, Proot. I think it worked. I mean, I think the graphic style works really well in this game, just because it's set in the real world. I mean, I get the FF8s being kind of more polarizing, just because it's in a fantasy world. Hey, Desriga. Alright, that was a much better Eve 1 fight. Hey, Bob. Good afternoon, sir. Hey, Andy. Part of, I mean, in addition to not wanting to use my ammo, the other reason why Eve 2 is difficult is because I skip all of the other fights in this basement here, just because you're kind of meant to be about maybe 2 levels higher, because I'm still level 1, and you can probably get to up to level 3 before getting to Eve 2 if you actually go through and fight some more rats and some birds, and I think those are the 2 kinds of enemies you can get into. Like both of those doors on the right side lead to an area that has some extra fights, and I think there's an armor upgrade in here too. For the most part in this game, I'm not really going to be that under-leveled, just because there is an option to run away from battles in this game, but it's useless, because if you run away, the game teleports you back to the entrance to the room you're in, and then the battle trigger is still there. So all that running away does is let you restart a fight, basically, and running away is also not guaranteed. So there's like a very small number of fights that I could actually avoid the trigger for, but it's only like maybe 3 or so. For the rest, it's just about optimizing everything. Alright, so I'm gonna go get the keys and then come back in here and save before Eve 2. The way that phone with the glowing red button on it on the desk is a save point. Also, hey, hammock set. Yeah, Chrono Trigger I would kind of call the ultimate RPG run, where the challenge is more about avoiding battles than actually fighting them. Like Final Fantasy 13 is kind of another game in that style. Yeah, the most challenging battles to skip in the Chrono Trigger speedrun are ones where you can't see the enemies, you just have to avoid an invisible trigger. Like the Truce Canyon battle skip. There's some tricky ones in the prehistoric era too, like in the Dactyl's Nest and the Tyranno Lair. Oh yeah, Lufia 2 has some pretty intense battle skips too. I think, and that's a lot of that is just because of RNG. Just because I mean, you can see every enemy in the game, and you can do stuff with your tools to paralyze them, but they also move, I believe, randomly. Although Happy Squid runs the game, so he would know better. But I think that was probably a big thing that made me die last attempt, was that I wasn't really remembering how much time I had before I needed to not be close to her in order to not get clawed, and so I was passing up chances to get hits. Yeah, I'm using a billy club because the heroine in this game is a New York City police officer. Hey, Jeannot. Bon matin. So it is slightly more optimal to do this next fight with the club, but since I haven't practiced it, I'm going to use the gun. Because we get to fight us some frogs here, and these frogs have a really, really weird hitbox. Like, I think the hitbox is their mouth. Being able to do this fight with the club, it saves you that menu, but it also means that you have to actually the frog has to be facing you, and you have to be really close in order to actually hit it. Whereas with the gun, you can be a little farther away, and if the frog is facing away from you, it doesn't matter. Hey, Kali Tao. Yeah, the soundtrack to this game is by Yoko Shimomura. Probably best known for the Kingdom Hearts games soundtrack, along with, let's see what else, Super Mario RPG, Radiant Historia. Those are probably her best known OSTs. Also, I'm forgetting where the door here is. Oh, hey, did you get the NG3 record, Reesh? Oh, Legend of Mana. Yeah, can't believe I forgot about that. So there's a lot of RNG in this game. Like for starters, there's a lot of chests that have random contents in them. I was hoping at least one of those chests would have a offense +2 in it, because that would save me some time for the yeah, everybody congratulate Infested Reesh on getting the Ninja Gaiden 3 record. That was a pretty long-standing record too, so definitely some well-deserved congrats. That's the hardest Ninja Gaiden game, if you ask me, too. I was never able to beat it until maybe a year or two ago. Alright. Trying to remember how to, because I don't even. Okay, yeah, because I want to have a multiple of 3 bullets in my gun before going to this next boss here. And that's because of how how the reloading mechanic works here. Because the gun I have equipped right now lets me have fire 3 times around. And whenever you end a turn with exactly 0 bullets left, you will quietly reload before your next turn without having to go through the reload animation. So for this fight here, I want to avoid reloading completely, just because that both wastes time and makes me a sitting duck for the croc. Yeah, I think Crack Attack is running NG3 for SGDQ in about a month. So it's nice to see NG3 getting some love after 1 and 2 were kind of thoroughly demolished the past couple of years or so by like Dexter and Sinister One and company. Hey, Nitrodon. Well, excuse me. Well, yeah. I want to end up with Wait, what? Ah, dang it. Camera, please. Okay. Hold on. I'll actually reset and do that again, just because that's another freaky cutscene. But this is getting annoying actually, because it looks like Amberek froze my video. Let me try switching capture cards and see if that helps. Okay, well, at least if that's all it takes to fix it, then I guess that works, but that's still annoying. This is the first time. I mean, I wonder, because I'm using a different capture card for my PlayStation games now than for my Super Nintendo ones. So far, all of the times that Amarek has frozen on me has been with PlayStation games, so I'm wondering if it's something with my AverMedia card. Oh yeah, I like to save a lot, and RPGs than playing normally. Trying to bait it into using a different wave pattern. It's easier to dodge like that. Yeah, like that. That's the good pattern. So yeah, that's why I want to have either 3 or 6 bullets in my gun going into this, because then I never have to reload. I mean, this is kind of an this isn't a hard fight, but it's kind of a bit intense, because if you actually get hit, especially during this phase, you can die pretty easily. There we go. Yeah, other than not messing up one of the wave manipulations in the first phase, which I mean didn't really cost me any time, it just made me get hit. That was a pretty good fight. I had pretty good luck in the second phase too, as far as it just standing around between shots longer than it often does. The shadow, because for FF6 glitchless any percent, there are tons of possible routes as far as what exactly you do after getting the airship in the World of Ruin before you go to Kefka's Tower. And the route I'm going to use for this special, I'm going to get Shadow, which isn't something I normally do. Yeah, the fact that they're able to drive that fast in downtown New York City suspends disbelief a little. Oh, thank you, Airman. I'm not gonna bother saving here just because it's just cutscenes for the next couple minutes. I'll save before the next actual dungeon. So I guess I might have been unfairly blaming Amarak, newer versions of Amarak TV for that capture freezing, and blaming, I guess, my AverMedia card not liking Amarak, which is looking more like the case now. So now I'm gonna make a little minor detour here to get my first armor upgrade. A couple other pieces of armor I could have picked up by this point, but just skipped. So we get our tutorial on the game's kind of equipment upgrade system. Basically, weapons all have base stats and abilities, but you can customize them primarily by adding bonus points to the 3 stats that weapons have, which are power, range, and bullet capacity. In order to do that, you need a tool and then another weapon, and then you basically use the tool to destroy the second weapon and transfer either its bonus stats or one of its special abilities to the first weapon. There's also a super tool which lets you do that without destroying the second weapon. Final Fantasy IX is going to be tomorrow. Let's see. Let's see. Oops. Wait, oh, I didn't actually get the tool yet. That would be a problem. I was wondering why it wouldn't let me select it. Okay. Or no, I want to do... Don't want to make... I'm just being really careful because I don't want to destroy the wrong weapon. Okay, do that. Get this extra ammo just for safety. So we're getting introduced to a lot of the the NPCs now. We're meeting all of Aya's fellow police officers. Basically, her Baker, her partner Daniel, who's the guy in the tan outfit there. The kid is his son, Ben. I had to look at the text box to remember what his name was. Yeah, I remember selling all materia being a really, really fast way to get rich quick in FF7. Oh, and Taurus, the guy I was talking to downstairs, is the game's item locker. You have fairly limited item capacity in this game, so I was unloading key items I don't actually need in order to beat the game on him. Hey, Mitako. So this is, well, I mean, there's two kind of cutscene heavy parts of the run. This is one of them. This is all the exposition, basically, because the game kind of sets you off right in the middle of it with the Carnegie Hall sequence, but then we get to meet all the characters and get more about the backstory here. And then now we're going to the museum to talk to, I think we're going here to talk to Dr. Klomp about mitochondria, I think. Which Eve mentioned a couple times before the various fights we had with her in Carnegie Hall. I mean, a lot of you may have learned in biology class in high school that mitochondria are are a component of cells in every living organism. They're the part of the cell that generates energy. And it's I don't remember when exactly, but you basically find out fairly shortly that the reason why Eve is able to set people on fire is by turning on all of their mitochondria at the same time. Yeah, I'll save all the broadcasts, Sturlock. I always do that for special broadcasts. Yeah, although if you use this game to study for a biology test, you may not pass, though. Word of warning. Because there's some definite science fiction at work here. Hey, Goji Colin, good morning. Thank you, by the way. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I guess mitochondria are kind of active at all times, but they're not at like 100% output at all times. But remember, this is science fiction, so asking too many questions will leave you unsatisfied. Hey, Makishima. That is a true statement. So we're just interrogating Klomp here, basically. And finding out, he's saying some basically kind of creepy things about how he thinks mitochondria are destined to rule the world, but then doesn't really tell us anything substantive beyond that. Again, they're driving way too fast in New York City. I'd like to see. I'm sure there's some pretty crazy cab drivers there that want to drive that fast, but there's generally probably a lot of other cars on the street. Hey, Ramadou. Hey, Nayu Gip. Thank you. Hey, good morning, Jen. Okay. Yeah, this is why I really wish I would have had time to do a practice run, because yeah, I couldn't remember whether I was supposed to go to Baker's office or go to the conference room, and I guessed incorrectly. Yeah, Daniel also doesn't have the beard that Barrett does, but he's drawn pretty similarly otherwise. Alright, we're almost done with the exposition here, and then we get to go. Then we're gonna go to Central Park, basically to try to rescue Daniel's son Ben from Eve. Eve being that freaky female monster that set all the people at Carnegie Hall on fire and was mutating animals into monsters. But yet somehow couldn't set Aya on fire. Sure. I mean, yeah, I guess there's a bunch of other people doing kind of marathons this weekend too. Voltaz is doing a 1,000 follower special. I think he's playing Final Fantasy VIII right now. Dragon Dark is doing a fundraiser marathon for SGDQ. I think there was at least one other person doing a special stream this weekend. Hey, Eggman. Alright, so now we're at Central Park where we get introduced to one of my favorite parts of the soundtrack, Missing Perspective, which is the theme for the first half of Central Park. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to save my next special for 15K just because it feels like I just did my 7,500K special. That was I think that was in like January or February. Alright, here's Missing Perspective. I really, really love this theme just because it really captures the spirit of this game perfectly. I mean, just as far as how it's kind of it's set in the real world, but yet things are not quite right. So for Central Park, I'm using a rifle-type weapon, which gives me, I mean, I have a slower rate of fire and ATB recharge rate, but the attack power is a lot higher, and the range is really, really good, which helps out a lot in Central Park, just because a lot of the maps that I have to fight in are pretty big, and some of the enemies move pretty quickly, too. Hey, Fummy. Well, I have done a segmented speedrun of PE that's on SDA. Maybe sometime I might try to get a decent PB at single segment, but it's not really something I've felt super motivated to do just because of how much RNG there is in this game. Not even just like FF9 level as far as gaining losing time on fights and stuff, but there's a point about halfway through the run where there's a weapon I need from a chest that's roughly 50-50 odds, and if I don't get it, it's a reset. Oops. Also, birds are jerks because they drop junk that I don't want to pick up. Junk is useful in casual play because if you get 300 of it, you can get one of the game's ultimate weapons. Alright, later, Jen. Hey, Dusler. Actually, I should probably save here. it's a while before the next save point. So this is one of the few battles that I can actually avoid where if I go across the grass here instead of the sidewalk area, I can skip a fight. There aren't very many fights that you can skip in this game. Triggers are normally pretty solid. Alright, so let's see, 1, 2, 3 pluses to that. Alright, so now that I've done that, I can one-shot the crows with crit. Okay. Oh wait, no, actually I need to gain one more level before I can do that. My business trip is next week. Then I actually have another one literally right before the week right before SGDQ, so I'm only going to be home for like 1 day. When you gain levels, you get bonus points, and when you have 100 bonus points, you can add one. You can permanently increase something by 1. You have a fair number of choices. You can increase the stats of any of the 3 stats of a weapon or a piece of armor. You can increase the rate that your ATB bar fills, or you can increase your item capacity. So I'm going to be putting all of my bonus points into weapon attack power. You'd think it would be faster to increase your ATB rate, but as far as how quickly you can kill enemies, increasing your attack power is lets you win battles faster than your ATB speed. That's not true for New Game Plus, though. PE2 is a fine game, but I like PE1 better. I just like the battle system, soundtrack, and storyline better. Yeah, please. I use a IRC client to read chat, so I didn't actually notice that was a troll post. So yeah, mods, please ban people for pasting that. Sadly, after this creepy cutscene, we lose missing perspective and we go to different music. Missing perspective will return though when we get to the hospital, which is day 4. So this is something I wouldn't do in a more serious attempt. This is just some safety healing items here. Actually, that's ammo, but this should have a revive in it. Revive will make you revive after a death. I don't know. If you ask me, the like the pre-rendered drawings from PlayStation games from like 98, 99 onward have aged pretty well. Like I think the background graphics from this game look very nice even today. I mean the sprites are kind of the 3D stuff, like the character sprites are pretty pixelated and dated looking by today's standards, but works for me. So that chest there has a 1% chance to have a super tool. So I don't remember if I'm supposed to go left or right after getting the tool. I think it's left. Okay, yeah, this is the right way to go. Okay, so now that I've gained some levels, done some modding with my weapon, and added a bonus point to it, now I can the crows have 35 HP, so now I can definitely one-shot them with a crit. Hey, Noirdes, thank you. This is an annoying fight, though, just because it's 4 crows, and they move around really quickly and randomly. And lots of junk, probably, yep. Sometimes they can drop medicine, but usually it's junk. Dodging that lightning is not easy. Okay, so it's not a Sake Geist % run yet, just because I can get poisoned by those snakes pretty easily. They're actually heavy. As long as I get at least one critical, I can two-shot those apes. The critical rate in this game is very heavily based on how close you are to the enemy. Because I have a really high-range weapon equipped right now, I can if I'm pretty close, I can fairly reliably get criticals. No, this is not a club-only run. Sorry. This isn't going to be a very good run, just because I haven't practiced. But hopefully, I'm not going to have any more deaths. For this part of the game, definitely. Later on, I'm going to be mostly heavily relying on machine guns, which they're not. The range isn't that great compared to rifles, but the rate of fire is just too good as far as how many hits per turn I can get. But yeah, until I get my first machine gun, the rifle is the way to go. Okay, we've got a somewhat difficult boss here. ATB wasn't good enough to shoot that worm before it attacked. There is, I mean, all of the worms' attacks follow a pattern, but the rate that they come out of the ground is pretty random. That was a troll error. Fighting instead of shooting spikes. Ah, troll reload. Every time I kill a worm, the others get nastier. And they get more, yeah, they get bigger, they get more HP, and their attacks get stronger. This is a really bad pattern too, just because I'd like them to be desynced a little bit more. Both for safety and to potentially be able to skip the final phase of the fight. Hey, tank us. Okay, at least that desynced it a bit. Yeah, because when they're desynced more, I can kind of manipulate their firing patterns to make them easier to avoid. Ah, I wasn't expecting to kill it there. Well, I got it. There goes my safety revive, but that's mostly for this fight anyway. The last phase does so much damage if it hits me. Yeah, you do have limited ammo. It isn't really that much of a concern once you get past the first day. Hitbox on this final worm is because I can skip this final worm if I can kill the other two at the same time, but that's not easy. HP is so low. Yeah, I don't have any other medicine either. Okay, I'm gonna have to use safe strats for the next fight. Yeah, most enemies in the game drop ammo, or at least you get more ammo back from battles than you use. At least with my strats. Also, Aya deserves the Darwin Award for getting into this carriage, by the way. But yeah, the only real place where where running out of ammo is a really big concern is the very start of the game. That's why I used the club on Eve 1 and 2. because you don't get any ammo from her there. So as long as I stay away from her, she's pretty much always going to use this. Well, pretty much always going to use her, now I keep forgetting I have heal too, her laser attack, which is, wait, what? Of course, she's trolling me now that I said that. I mean, her doing that claw move is good, for speed. Just because, then I don't have to wait for her to come back down before I can shoot, but it's a lot harder to dodge than the laser. Like in my segmented run, I manipulated getting basically all claws in order to save a couple seconds in the fight. Yeah, this segment in my segmented run was one of the ones I was the most proud of, because I both got a no damage worms fight that skipped the final worm, and then I also got all claws on Eve 3. Thank you, Ant Foolish. Yeah, this is a PlayStation 1 game. Came out in '98, I want to say. I mean, it's set on Christmas Eve of '98. Yeah, the PSP game is The Third Birthday, which I have not played yet. I know it's fairly polarizing. Some people love it and some people hate it. It's a third-person shooter, so it kind of goes kind of far away from where the series started. Yeah, this is my favorite PE game. I enjoyed PE 2, but not quite as much as 1. I don't really see myself speedrunning PE 2 either, just because I don't like the controls and battle system as much. Because PE 2 is basically a Resident Evil style game where you have the tank controls where you use the D-pad to turn and then press up to move forward and down to move backwards. Probably the main thing that would be fun about speedrunning Parasite Eve 2 is that you actually can avoid battles completely by just running past them without actually fighting, unlike in this game where you have to fight in pretty much all of the battles. Oh, people are very much allowed to have differing opinions about what games they like in my channel. Just be respectful of other people's opinions. I could never pick a favorite game of all time. I mean, I've got like groups of favorite games per console or per genre and stuff, but one favorite game ever, no, I couldn't do it. So now people are, basically that's to kind of establish that people are starting to flee the city because of all the freaky things that are going on. Here's where we also get introduced to Maeda, who's a Japanese scientist that I guess came to America because he knew. I mean, I don't know if he was in. I don't think he was in the story of the novel, which was set in Tokyo, but he at least knows about it. And when he heard similar stuff was starting to happen in America, he came over. I have never played any Suikoden games. Yeah, PE2 has a gun blade that you can get in New Game Plus. Yeah, if PE2 was kind of more of an improvement of this, which is kind of what I use sequels as often being about, is keeping what worked and fixing what didn't. Makes me kind of wonder what it would be like. I didn't play New Game Plus in PE2, so I never got the Gunblade. My guess on that would be no. Well, my favorite series of games would probably be Final Fantasy, which I'm sure should shock and amaze everybody watching. If you want to know what my favorite Final Fantasy game is, though, I have that in my Twitch channel bio. That is a question I get asked a lot. Oh, thank you, Night's Dawn. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you, Overlord Manga. It's definitely humbling that there's so many people all over the world that like hanging out with me while I play RPGs. Yeah, I have a feeling I'll keep doing these viewers' choice specials for my follower appreciation specials, just because I always get pretty good responses to my polls, and then get fairly good turnout to them. Hey, Dreambaum. It's Christmas Eve, in fact. This is not a very good run, given that I didn't practice because I was sick this past week, but I've only died once so far on Eve 2. And I reset during the, right before the croc because my capture, or because Amarak froze. And I didn't want people to be deprived of the croc cutscene. Oops, where am I going? Alright, so before I can leave Soho here, I have to go to both the gun shop here and then to the pharmacy down the street. The stuff I care about is in this gun shop because I burned through all of my healing items. In day 2, I'm gonna pick up a few things in the pharmacy. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that chest has a club that I don't need. Did I get the M11? I did, alright, so we got some tooling to do here. So we got the M84F. Times 2 shot to the M11. And we want that. I have a bunch of bonus point items for my armor too, but I'm not going to use those until I get an armor upgrade relatively soon. Alright, so I know there's a revive item around here. I think it's in the back. I want to get another one just for safety. Medicine 2. I think it's in the back corner here. Tool. Well, where's the revive? I'm not going to spend all day looking for this. It might be on one, like hidden on one of the shelves. Oops. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I could barely see that on my TV. Yes, because after I finish this new game run, I'm going to do a new game plus run that goes to the Chrysler Building, but I'm not actually going to do, I'm not going to do every floor of the Chrysler Building because, oops, because, have to. Also, finding the exact place I need to examine the car in order to get into it is probably the most annoying oops, hitbox in the game. I guess I can just leave now instead of going back to the car. Or can I? It's been a while since I've made this mistake. Make sure the analog button is off this time so I don't go back into Soho. I have never played any Vagrant Story games, if there's more than one. Yeah. If I ever do try to actually get a decent single segment PB, or I'm sure I'll probably lose at least run to doing that. Hey, V-Man. Chrono Cross is a good game. I like Chrono Trigger better, but that doesn't mean that I dislike Chrono Cross. I like Valkyrie Profile a lot too, and if it didn't have half an hour of unskippable cutscenes in order to get in order to get going, I'd consider speedrunning it. Just because the platforming and real-time battles are too much fun. Well, I guess they're not really real-time, but I like the battle combo system. Yeah, the Another World overworld theme in Chrono Cross is so good. I actually just finished watching the VOD for Railkun's Chrono Cross run at Crystals for Life. That, along with Wild Arms 4, were the ones I was most bummed about having to sleep through. Yeah, probably the only kind of commonly heard piece of music in Chrono Cross that disappointed me was the boss theme. I think the Chrono Cross boss theme sounds better as a dungeon theme, which it is the first time you hear it. Yeah, go for it, Happy Squid. Because it's used for the intro dungeon before the game proper starts, and then I've always kind of had trouble disassociating it from that afterwards. Dat violin. A lot of that gets made up for, though, by the Dragon God battle theme. That's also Dat violin. I'm not ashamed to say that the first, like, 1 or 2 times that I played Chrono Cross, I ran away from the Dragon God in its final form just so I could hear the music again. That's a really odd mechanic that the game has, is the fact that you can run away from every battle in the game, including bosses, and including the final boss. running away from a boss is just a mechanic for restarting the fight, basically. Usually with being able to open the menu to re-equip stuff before trying it again. Bravely Default is really, really good. It's basically kind of a sequel to Final Fantasy V, only better, just because there's more jobs, there's much, much better in-game explanations of what the job abilities do. There's like customizable difficulty, and you can also change the random battle rate if you want to. It's just kind of a perfect retro-style JRPG. That's one of the most satisfying things for me about the glitchless FF6 run, is the fact that you get to hear the Atma weapon battle theme for a full loop every time it's used. Alright, so we're done with cutscenes for a while now. We come back to a police station, find out it's been ransacked by Eve and her minions. So before we can actually go to the previously inaccessible second floor of the precinct, which is where the boss is, we need to go rescue our coworkers. Well, if you don't use it then. That's one thing I really like about VODs, just that there's so much customization you can do to fit your playstyle. So I'm using a machine gun now, and one annoying thing about it is that at least at this part, I can't control targeting. And so I should have bonus pointed my gun, but I can do that in a second. So I get 3 shots per round with this machine gun, but I can't control the targeting. And if the targets all get chosen when I confirm my attack, and if I kill something, maybe it'd be easier to explain with an example. If there's 2 enemies, the first 2 shots go to enemy 1, and then enemy 1 gets killed by the first shot. The second shot is then completely wasted. I don't actually shoot it at all. So that fight outside the door here was actually really, really good as far as my targeting luck. That's not going to be a thing forever. I mean, I basically just have 2 dungeons that I have to go through where I can't target the machine gun, and then that all changes in a major way. This is also the first place where we can have random battles, by the way. All of the battles I've fought so far have been based on fixed triggers, but anytime I have to revisit an area that had a battle in it, so I have no idea how that didn't hit me, I have a chance of having to either refight that battle or get a slightly different one. And I could try to run away from a random battle, but then that would just give me another chance to avoid it instead of, and it's not guaranteed to even be able to run away. So if I get randoms, I just fight. Hey, Critius and Dutch Blondness, good afternoon. Hey, Dark Dorum. Oops, also I realized have some menuing I need to do here. Oops. Okay, item. Let's see, mod permit, zoo key. I've only played the first Resident Evil, but I enjoyed it decently. I want to play RE2 and possibly 3 at some point. Alright, so I have to go through this room 2 more times. Each time I could get a random battle. So I didn't get one there. I don't know what the exact odds of random battles are. I know that if you save and reset, the random battle odds go up a lot, which mattered in my segmented run at one point. Okay, didn't get a random there. I actually have to talk to him, but I wanted some ammo. Here we get this is the armor I'm going to be using for the rest of the game. Because, the CM vest family of armor makes you automatically use, makes you automatically use, healing items when you get below 25% HP, but if you get hit really hard, then you just die instantly. Which is why I still need to be careful. I also need to have healing items too, which I've only got one of at this point. I've got a pretty respectable size. I mean, I've got my game collection all in my backloggery. If anyone's interested. I mean, it's not ridiculous. I mean, it's not like I need like tons and tons of space to store my games, but especially my RPG collection is pretty respectable. I've been working on building my NES and SNES cartridge library the past year or two, too. Okay, so here I have to fight spiders, which if they hit me with their web attack, it gives me the slow status, which is annoying. Okay, good. But when they start shaking, then the targeting for their web is set, so I can kind of manipulate avoiding it that way. So this guy's being a jerk. Okay, at least I killed 2 of them before getting slowed. Alright, anybody that likes dogs might actually want to pause the stream for the next, like, 30-45 seconds or so, just because this is a really freaky cutscene that doesn't treat dogs very kindly. So you've been warned. You might want to pause the stream for about 30 to 45 seconds if you really like dogs. I actually do not like dogs, personally. Targeting lock there. that purple energy wave thing hits me, that reduces my defense. Which is about as fun as it sounds. Yeah, this game is available on PSN. Unfortunately, I think you have to. I don't think you can get it in Europe and Australia just because it wasn't released on PlayStation there for stupid reasons. Alright, so for Shiva, the boss, I need to, I want to try to avoid attacking while she is, standing still, because that seems to make her more likely to use her, unavoidable gravity attack. I also want to try to kill, one. I mean, I don't have a choice in the matter because it's based on machine gun targeting, but the faster I can kill one of the heads, the less randomness I have to deal with the machine gun targeting. And whenever she roars without actually attacking, that means one of the heads just died. Dead now. Do I want that? I'm not sure, but I'll just take it. So yeah, that's kind of an introduction to why the machine gun is so good in a speed run, just because I can just do damage so quickly. I mean, not being able to control the targeting is annoying, but against single targets, it's pretty much unbeatable as far as damage per round. And for multi-target battles, you just have to deal with the random targeting until you get the ability to remove that. Hey, swords. So I'm actually kind of blanking on what are, because I mean the next place we're going is the hospital, where we're trying to find out more about Eve's plans, but I'm kind of blanking on what exactly is our kind of cue to go there. Hey, next rid. Hands. Mouths is an improvement over Final Fantasy VII. Sprite work too. Okay, the hospital is my favorite dungeon in the whole game too, just because it's got missing perspective for its music, and I just really like the drawing style and the camera angles it uses, especially in the basement. These charms that Meta is giving me are completely useless, although they're basically they're used as a plot device for when he actually has something useful to give me at the end of the game. Probably could have skipped with this because of that getting that extra tool in the pharmacy. Yeah, I'm gonna play Final Fantasy IX tomorrow. Oh, it wasn't 2000, it was 98. I think it was the year this game came out. Yeah, you need a lot of keys in order to get through the hospital, and pretty much all of them you just discard after using, instead of having to have them around and then give them to Wayne, like the Carnegie Hall keys, which is nice. I guess missing perspective doesn't come until I've restored power. Hey, Ice Noise. So I need to get 3 fuses in order to restore the power. There's a door in the upper left corner of this room that takes me where I need to go next, but there's also a battle trigger right in front of it, so I'm just I'm taking a longer way to get to the next fuse, but it's faster because it lets me skip a battle. Actually, I guess it's not a fuse that's down this way, but it's a key that lets me get to the next fuse. Green crud poisons you if you touch it, I believe. And those amoeba-like things also poison you if they hit you with their red shots. Conveniently though, since this is a hospital, there's tons and tons and tons of healing items to be found. Both like in chests and stuff, and also just as drops from enemies. Yeah, my PlayStation 1 and 2 libraries are probably my nicest, at least as far as RPGs, just because That was when I actually started having money to buy my own games and stuff, was the, PlayStation 1 era. I've also probably got some weapons that I don't actually need for modding, just because my inventory shouldn't be that tight by this point. Okay, so I could get a random here, and I didn't. So I actually have not. There aren't really that. I mean, if I was running this game more, I'd know off the top of my head how many random chances there are, but I don't. It's not that many though. I think most of them are in this hospital. And so after I unlock this door, I am going to do probably the most important safety save in the whole run, because in the next room after this, there is a chest that has the best weapon in the game in it, but only a 50% chance of that. And if I don't get the micro Uzi, then that's it, pretty much, if this was a serious run. The reason why the micro Uzi is so good is because it has 4 ability slots that don't require giving mod permits or baseball cards to Wayne to unlock. So I can stack together the most OP abilities in the game. And I got it, nice. So I think it's 50-50 odds for getting the micro Uzi. I guess I've got some poison cures I don't actually need to. Alright, I'm playing this on a PS2. Okay, so got some modding I need to do here. Oh, 5 tools, nice. Okay, so 11 pluses. 79. So do I need the G19 later at all? No, I should have done this already. Alright. So all of that really did was it just gave me a new machine gun with more attack power, but the kind of the true power of the micro Uzi takes a while to actually unlock. These guys are annoying just because they can spawn these little mini bombs that count as separate enemies. But I now have access to energy shot, which lets me get it, which is a parasite power, and lets me avoid the random targeting by just picking a target. It burns all of your parasite energy and then also stuns you for a couple seconds, but those mixed men or corpse men or whatever they are, those can just take forever to kill with the machine gun, just because every time they shoot a bomb they spawn a new one, and that can just make the fight last indefinitely. Excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna have a little fun with this too. Let's see what happens if we turn on the power and then try to fix the wires. And we're okay. I just love that it looks like you're setting yourself up for a game over or something, but you're actually completely fine. Alright, now we're pretty much done with this basement. I didn't really mention much too that I just love the, even though this is not this is just a basement type area, I love the camera angles. The camera angles really add to the creepy atmosphere in this area. Now we get the one of the best parts of the soundtrack back again. PE2 is a fine game. I mean, I played it like once or twice after it came out, but I don't see myself speedrunning it, just because I don't like it as much as this game. Hey, B-Cruise, thank you. The leveling system in this game is a little kind of weird too, in that like the amount of like HP I'm getting starts to go up quite a bit around this part of the run. So at this part it's really not that easy to die. I have to mess up pretty badly in order to actually die at this point, because enemies don't really do enough damage to me to potentially be able to just kill me without my armor healing power kicking in, because the armor I'm wearing makes it so that I automatically use the whatever one of the strongest healing item I have on me at the time if my HP goes below 25% of max. Rise Within You is the battle theme. So unfortunately this flashback I'm seeing right here counts as reloading the room afterwards, so even though I haven't technically left that room yet, I still have a chance to get a random battle when I'm leaving, just because of this cutscene reloading it for me. I guess that is one kind of issue I take with PE2 as well, is that the soundtrack is more ambient than melodic. Get a random. I could get the next two rooms I have to go through have random chances. No random there. Hey, gamer named Drek. Wow, I'm just. The most important bits of RNG in this run have all gone my way so far, as both of the random chests having what I wanted in them, including the micro Uzi, and not getting any randoms yet. This like I said, this hospital's the most random heavy part of the run too, as far as how much backtracking I have to do. Because reminder, pretty much every battle in this game is at a fixed location and is unavoidable. But if I win the battle and then have to revisit the same room, there's a random chance I have to either refight that battle or a different version of it. Because sometimes the random battle I could get in rooms is different enemies than the fixed battle on the first visit. Yeah. Or even just new game too. I mean, this would be killer luck for a new game single segment run. The RNG I need for New Game Plus is more based on boss movements. Sorry, I'm unable to take any responsibility for lost productivity resulting from my streams, but I guess that's what like the Twitch mobile app can be used for. Okay, now whoever designed the security for this part of the hospital made some interesting decisions, because in order to open the door into the next area, I have to push this big red button that's behind what is that, like a stove or something? Yeah, I won't disagree with Zealous's priorities. I used my energy shot on that last fight just because there's more other enemies that the machine gun could have targeted instead of the corpse man. That's what we're. Oh no, that's fine. Hooded ornament. That's what we are going to try when we get to Denver. We're gonna do a practice run together, and because we did a little bit of testing with it when in Canada after C4L, as far as seeing how realistic a two-player, two-controller run would be, and it worked out okay. I mean, the main gotcha looks like it's gonna be blitz inputs, just because if whoever's not controlling Sabin pushes buttons, well, the person that is trying to do a blitz and it'll screw it up. Other than that, it'll mostly just kind of be up to making sure we're aware of who's controlling which characters at all times. So when we'll do a practice run together and see if we can make that work out. And if not, we'll just basically do kind of like Spike Vegeta and I did for FF9 at AGDQ, where we just take turns playing normally. I'm very, very, very hyped for it either way, though. Just because FF6 glitchless 100%, which is what we'll be doing if the donation target gets met, is a really, really fun and exciting run with some really cool strats and stuff. And Essentia is a good friend of mine who is one of my main sources of inspiration for getting into speedrunning RPGs, so really looking forward to getting to work with her. I didn't get to actually pick up the key. Derp. Why the elevator keys in a bunch of strewn files is probably a question you're not meant to ask. Memorial Day is celebrated outside the US. I actually didn't know that. I mean, it's kind of the American equivalent of Armistice Day. I think certain European countries have Armistice Day. England. As in just a kind of way to commemorate soldiers in the military that have died in the service of the country. Alright, so now we've got the boss for the hospital, the giant spider. Strats here are going to be a bit different than from Segmented, just because actually no, they're not, because I haven't actually fought any randoms yet. If I'd have actually fought any randoms, I'd have the PE haste power by this point, but I don't, because I haven't gotten into any randoms, so I can't use it yet. Haste both makes you move faster and makes your ATB bar fill faster. To back away because it always starts by swiping at me here. I mean, because I'm doing some manipulation here too, where I'm trying to stay as close to the spider as possible, just to keep it from using a version of that web attack that the smaller spiders had in the police station. Because that can slow you, which is really bad. That was a really good fight too, even without haste, because it didn't really do anything nasty at all. This part is so trolly too for first-time players, just because if you have to get off the roof before this jet crashes into it, and if you don't do that, you die. And the game doesn't really tell you how to get off either. You kind of have to figure it out. I guess I didn't really talk too much about the plot too. When we were reading those files before coming up to the roof, we found out that we're starting to find out that there's some connections between Aya and Eve, because Eve has taken over the body of an opera singer named Melissa, and we found out from those files that both Aya and Melissa were organ transplant recipients from Aya's sister, Maya, who died in a car accident. I only really run this on special occasions. I mean, this was, I mean, I did a segmented speedrun of this that's on SDA, but I've never really felt super motivated to do RTAs of this, mostly just because of how much randomness there is. And it's not really like FF9 style randomness where just like stuff happens that makes you lose time. I mean, there's a couple things that have to go a certain way in order to be able to continue the run. The most critical one was that chest I opened before fixing the fuse box, because I needed to get the micro Uzi machine gun there in order to be able to finish the run with my route. I mean, there's a save point right beforehand, so it's not too big of a deal to have to reset a couple times to get it, but for a more serious run, I'd have just had to quit if I didn't get the micro Uzi. Baker's office. You were also finding out a bit about Eve's kind of end goal in the hospital too. The reason why she went there was actually to steal artificial sperm that had no mitochondria from the father, because she basically wants to reproduce and have a child that's kind of her in her own image. That's kind of part of the tie-in with the novel too, just because I think the fact that Eve tried to reproduce, I guess, like the sperm from the father was part of what foiled her in the novel. I don't know. Just I guess check Wikipedia if you care about that. I'm sure it's on there. Alright, so now we're on day 5, which is the longest day by quite a bit. This warehouse is an optional dungeon. I'm not actually going to go inside, I'm just here to raid the chests outside. Yeah, Tenboro, that's the novel, basically, that a different Eve arose in Tokyo. So we get James Bond's gun there, the PPK, which I'm getting because it has the first strike ability, which gives me a random chance to have a full ATB bar at the start of the fight. Which I just used a tool to mod that onto my machine gun. Yeah, not having mitochondria might make a child a little lazy. Okay, I didn't get it. It's a pretty high rate, but I didn't get it in this fight. I don't even know what these are supposed to be. I'm just gonna call them cats or nine tails. Okay, I did get the first strike that time. think one of the chests around here has some kind of power up in it. Okay, I don't know that. If I ever update my route to actually try to do a serious RTA, I'm definitely skipping this, just because it gives you a chance for a random, I think. I don't think having an extra tool really matters that much. That chest back in the corner there. Guess I'm gonna automatically climb down, in which case I won't bother coming back up. So the Chinatown sewers are a little weird in that not all of the battles are at fixed points. I mean, I have yet to have any kind of run that didn't have the same number of battles, but which screens I get them in are kind of varies. These bats are definitely adherents to the birds or jerks rule too, just because if they hit you with that sonar attack, then you get blinded, which makes you miss pretty much 100%. One or two of those Cure D items to do Cure it if I get hit. Also, what enemies I fight in the sewers is random too. Especially like, because on this screen I could have gotten 2 of those bats, but I got a blue frog instead. Frogs are much easier than bats. Especially in this screen here too, just because of how little space I have to work with to avoid the sonar attack. Okay, so after this is the last fight I have to do where I can't control my machine gun targeting. This is also where I really start to suspect. Wow, I can't believe that didn't hit me. Start to abuse the weapon modding system, along with the fact that the micro Uzi lets you have 4 different special abilities. There is a special tile, or there's a zone in each screen that loads the battle when you touch it, and they're pretty much all unavoidable with a couple exceptions. Okay, so this M870 is a shotgun weapon, but it has this burst ability, which lets you have an area of effect radius with a shot. A really nice thing is that the burst overwrites the random rate of fire ability, so now I can target the machine gun and I can hit multiple enemies, or at least I could if I didn't get blinded. That does reduce the number of shots I get from 3 to 2, because the random ability makes you gives you 50% more shots per turn without reducing the amount of damage they do. Because I didn't really explain that earlier, but I modded my weapon. I modded my machine gun after I first got it to have 2 shots per turn instead of 5, and the reason for that is because because of how damage distribution works. The more shots you fire per turn, the less damage each one does. So 2 is kind of the 2 is the sweet spot basically, because at 2 shots per round, each shot does 60% of your I'm just gonna try it. Oh nice, actually hit actually hit it. it does 60% of your normal damage. So, that lets you do 120% of normal damage per turn, whereas if you had 5 shots, that reduces it to 20, I think, for each shot. So then you do the same damage as you would with 1 shot, except you use more ammo in the process, along with not being able to dodge enemy attacks. I really didn't want to use energy shot on that last bat there, because I like to save it for this next one here. Also, this screen right here, every time I see it, I always think about the Airbuster battle from FF7. Because of the catwalk shape. Because here I have to fight a bat, and it's pretty much impossible to avoid its attack, so I just try to get as close as I can before it shoots, and then use energy shot to kill it. So the next couple of cutscenes are going to largely consist of Aya pointing her gun at something and then staring at it instead of shooting. Alright, later Zealous. I'm probably going to be done in 10 hours for today, because I've got maybe like an hour 15, hour 20 left in this, then about half an hour for New Game Plus, and then I'm going to take a break and then FF6, but I should be done by then. But I'm doing FF9 tomorrow. Well, I mean, it was only released a year apart, but I'm sure that, but I mean, FF7 was in development for like 3 years before it came out. So I had to use the pumps to drain the slime out of the reservoir in order to actually be able to get across this screen. If you try to come here without doing that, there's just water in the way that you can't cross. Oh, nice. Reaganomics. That's not what I would have expected. So now we get to play whack-a-mole. That was a really, really bad time to have to reload too, because of them getting hit by that bat. Post this guy. Alright, next we have a somewhat tricky boss, the giant centipede. So I want to immediately start this by, well, I was hoping to get first strike. Because if I could get haste on before it did that acid spray attack the first time, it makes dodging it a lot easier. I want to kind of try to stay to its side just because that makes most of its attacks pretty harmless. Start by energy shotting the tail, which is that there. Because I can kill that before the pieces all do an attack. My healing armor kicking in. God, I didn't have any more healing items, so I got my revive at least. I should also know offhand how many times they move around before attacking. If I get lucky, I can actually get multiple hits at the same time based on when they change places with each other, just because I can, if I shoot at them while they're changing places and two of them are overlapped at once, then that lets me get hits on multiple pieces at the same time. Yeah, that's one of the more difficult bosses. Because in this run, I'm not really under-leveled that much, just because I have to fight most of the battles. I mean, if you were playing normally and actually exploring the dungeons and stuff, you'd probably be maybe like a level higher, but not really that much stronger. The main thing that makes these a bit harder is having weak armor. I mean, the armor, I got some armor in the police station that I'm using the whole rest of the run, basically, and it's going to carry me basically just based on the fact that that I get automatically healed when I'm below 25%. This is one of the strangest places to have a disc change in an RPG, if you ask me too. Just it's not after like a dramatic FMV or cutscene or anything. It's just after finding out that Eve is headed towards the museum. Get a random here. Wow, no random. There's only maybe like 2 or 3 chances for randoms left. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, in a way the this is kind of similar to Terra Enigma as far as that you've got strong weapons but weak armor, and you're relying a lot more on just not getting hit than on being able to tank hits. Okay, so the museum is basically the final dungeon, although there's a fair amount of stuff afterwards. Hey, Villagin. Yeah, I'm still a little bit coffee, but talking for a couple hours now hasn't really affected me much. So you don't. This is actually something that I did faster in my segmented run than the task, because you don't. The task actually followed Clomp, and that's actually completely unnecessary. You can just go. You don't actually have to go into the west wing of the museum at all. And that lets you skip like 3 fights. Yeah, Quintet is awesome. Especially on the Super Nintendo. Okay, let's see, do I have any bonus points that I've not used yet? Oh yeah. Oops. This scorpion is kind of nasty too. Although I can AI loop it if I do this well. Basically, after I shoot it, it pretty much always does its tail attack, so I can just kind of keep it bouncing back and forth like this. It has a really nasty poison breath attack that I really hope I don't actually see. Alright, that was a little derpy because it hit me for a number of times, but at least it didn't. At least all the hits I took were contact damage, which hurts. Doesn't hurt anywhere near as badly as the tail attack, and it didn't poison breath me. Now we get some dinosaurs. So the museum is really long too compared to all the other dungeon areas in the game, and there's so many fights. I mean, I think there's too many too. I mean, there is a bit of variety with the types of enemies I have to fight, but it does get repetitive after a while. Pretty much every room has a battle in it. Hey, Harima. So I just have to enter and then exit this room in order to trigger this next fight. If I have to fight these armored armadillos, as I call them here, in order to be able to go upstairs. Because otherwise, these rocks and stuff that just fell down would be blocking the exit from the next room. Something that I'd like to do sometime just for fun too is to do a run on the Japanese version. 'Cause I have a copy of it, but I haven't actually done a full playthrough yet. I would guess I would doubt I'd be able to find any like Japanese exclusive glitches or anything just from a casual play. Well, I'd probably be a semi-speedrun player, but just for fun. I'm just getting over kind of a nasty cold I had this past week. I'm feeling much, much, much better than I did 2 days ago. I'm sure my voice still sounds a little hoarse, but I'm doing okay though for the most part. Yes, play Terranigma, anybody that hasn't. It's a really, really awesome game. And there's an English patch that lets you play it at 60 frames per second too, in English. The speedrun, the Terranigma speedrun community all plays the Japanese version just because the Japanese version's the fastest version by far, but you should play it in English just because the storyline is one of the best parts of it. Was this from C4L Hooded Ornament? I only remember being there for the end just because I think I had FF6 after Secret of Evermore. So for the first part of it, I was either still asleep or warming up for FF6. Reminder too that my gun has the burst shot ability that I got from modding a shotgun onto it in the Chinatown sewers, which is why I'm able to hit multiple enemies per shot now. This is one of the most fun parts of the game, if you ask me, is just being able to build a ridiculously overpowered weapon. Yeah, it's too bad Terranigma wasn't released in North America on the Super Nintendo, but at least it got released in Europe, and at least they got some good Super Nintendo RPGs and exclusive, just because they got Europe got really, really badly shafted. Like, they didn't get any of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, they didn't get Chrono Trigger, Super Mario RPG, Earthbound. I mean, for RPGs, they pretty much just got Terranigma, Illusion of Gaia, I think Soul Blazer, Secret of Mana, Secret of Evermore, and Lufia 2. No Lufia 1, which is why Lufia 2 is just called Lufia in the PAL version, but Lufia 2 is the better game. I like Lufia 1 more than most people do, but I agree Lufia 2 is aged better. I mean, Lufia 1 I just kind of view as being a Dragon Quest game. So if you like Dragon Quest, you'll like Lufia 1. If you don't, you won't. Because of how many battles I have to fight in the museum, I gain a lot of levels here. Let's see, where do I go next? Oh, it's up here. Or no, wait, that's where I just came from. Yeah. Yeah, it's this way. Yeah, we were just talking about the few good Super Nintendo RPGs that were actually released in Europe and Australia. Yeah, if anyone wants to see Lufia 2 speedruns, Happy Squid I think has the record for the English version, and he's close to the Japanese version record too. Although there's some pretty good Japanese Lufia 2 runners that are pretty fierce competition. This way next. There's a small area of the museum that's locked until you've dealt with Hans Klomp. Then he gives you a key. Okay, this room there's 2 possible fights I could have gotten. This is the kind of the better one because it doesn't include a scorpion. These pterodactyls here are much less dangerous than the scorpion. Yeah, I saw what's his name, Shafun do a run a week or 2 ago, although he missed PB by like 2 or 3 minutes. So many follower specials, so little time. I like BOF5. I mean, I can get why it's a polarizing game just because of how different it is, but I like it. Yeah, the Lufia series in Japan is called S-Polis Denki, or Record of S-Polis. I don't really know what S-Polis means, if that's like the name of a character or location in the Japanese version or something. Yeah, the Super Nintendo version of Breath of Fire 2 is pretty much hands down the worst English localization of an RPG ever, in my opinion. I mean, it's got lots of just typos and mistranslations, but also just so many like you've got places where there's characters or enemies that have different names in different cutscenes because of them being translated differently. What else? Just the writing's terrible. Like there's cutscenes that are supposed to be dramatic that are just funny because of how bad the dialogue sounds. When I have to fight in these really wide open spaces, I like using haste just to increase my movement speed. It lasts about 4 turns. If you have a fight that lasts that long, then it pretty much pays for itself as far as your ATB filling faster. Ditch some of my like status curing items that I don't need. I guess I can do that next time I pick something up. So we're kind of in the home stretch of the museum now after I turn off the security system here. the TAS is I think is already beaten the game by this point too. And again, the TAS is on an emulator, and directly comparing emulator and console for disc-based games is impossible. So I'm at 2:08. In-game time right now in my segmented run is 2:25 final save. Yeah, I agree with Ryu versus Jackio. VOF2 is an okay game, gameplay-wise, but the just terrible English localization kind of ruined it for me. That would be the boss of the museum we're getting introduced to there. Alright, so I have to backtrack back to Klomp's office, and there's like I think there's 2, because I don't think the room right outside Klomp's office has a random in it, but that one did. This one did. Wow. If Dreambomb was watching, he'd probably be tearing his hair out or something, seeing the luck I'm getting here, because this has still been a 0 random encounter run, which is I barely thought was possible for a single segment. Hey, La Hulk, thank you. Yeah, I went to a museum in Chicago a few years ago that has a T-Rex skeleton in the kind of the central atrium of it, and you'd better believe that cutscene there was the first thing I thought of when I saw it. It was the Field Museum in Chicago. Oops. Yeah, after I finish this new game run, I'm going to do a new game plus run, which is only about 25 minutes. You'll see why when I do it. Daniel Punch. This cutscene is why I really don't want to die to the next boss, just because there isn't really a save point that I can get to in between this cutscene and the Triceratops without having to go through areas where I can get randoms. And if I die, I have to go back to the security office. So I'm just gonna be really conservative on the Triceratops, so make sure I don't die. To make sure I was going the right way. have any pure darkness items? I do. Fight as far as trying to optimize how many shots it takes to win. The enemies, these types of enemies don't really like to group together to get into the multi-shot radius. Yeah, well, every game I'm doing for this follower special has some kind of opera or musical in it, because we've got the Tantalus show in FF9. Okay, so this is kind of a dangerous fight, just because this guy hits me pretty hard because of how weak my armor is. I can kind of bait the direction that the lightning moves. I really want to have haste at all times too, just because it makes dodging that charge a lot easier along with the lightning. Ow. Makes him take more damage, but he also goes berserk too, as far as how fast he attacks. I pretty much don't want my HP to go below like 300 or so, just because of how much damage it does. Alright. I've died to that fight a couple of times in previous RTAs. I mean, I could have played that a lot riskier and saved time, but all I wanted to do was to survive. Yeah, links are fine generally in my channel as long as you post them with context and they're relevant and appropriate. I mean, just posting a random link, especially like a shortened URL, is liable to get you kicked though, but if it's a link to something that's relevant to what we're talking about and it's appropriate for all ages, then go for it. Okay, oh, that's right, you get automatically healed after the Triceratops. Okay, now that is a roar. I also would have liked to have used my energy shot earlier in the T-Rex and the Triceratops fights, that I'd have enough Parasite energy for haste right at the start of the T-Rex fight. Dream Bomb came up with a slightly different weapon modding route for this part of the run that makes both the Triceratops and the T-Rex faster, because you've got the you get the random ability back on your machine gun, so that you get an extra shot per round without reducing your damage output. So it saves a fair number of rounds in both fights. You really don't want to get caught in that flamethrower too, just 'cause it can combo you to death pretty easily. Hey, Swoon Snake. Should be pretty close to dead now. There we go. And that T-Rex was packing heat, by the way, too. It dropped a pistol that has a really nice ability, which is going to be the last thing that I mod onto my machine gun, the double command ability. So actually, I don't think I'll use 2 more tools. I think I'm mostly done. Hey, Almegas, thank you. Oops, that's not where I want to go, that's where I am right now. Oh, thank you, Bucks Travis, just saw your message, appreciate it. Oh, did you beat the Japanese Mystic Quest record, Almegas? If so, congrats. Figuring out where exactly to go after you beat the T-Rex is a lot harder than it should be, too, because you have to go back to where you fought the Triceratops, and then go where you were basically where you were trying to go before the Triceratops kind of revived and then knocked you off the balcony. Wow, 9 minutes. Did you get a perfect Pazuzu pattern or something? Well, Poxnor played Final Fantasy Adventure for Crystals for Life. I don't know if, I mean, we had Secret of Mana in AGDQ this year. is definitely the most popular mana game. It's the most nostalgic one to put out. So wait, was there something I was supposed to get in that last room? Nope. Oh, for a second there I thought you meant you died 7 times to Pazuzu, but yeah, 7 deaths total doesn't sound too bad. Secret of Mana did alright. I mean, unless something significant changes with the run, I don't see it being done again, at least for a couple of years, but I thought it was received pretty well. It's definitely the flashiest of the Mana Seiken Densetsu games for like a marathon, just because of how many glitches there are, and how flashy they are too, as far as like being able to skip large portions of the game and quick kill bosses. So here we pretty much just find out that those no mitochondria sperm that Eve stole from the hospital worked. This is probably the longest block of cutscenes in the run too. The museum was the final dungeon, and you just have a boss gauntlet before the end of the game, but it's quite a few cutscenes before that starts though. Yeah. Heavy water intake is what it's making it possible for me to talk for several hours when I'm still kind of at the tail end of a cold. I don't think there's enough tentacles involved for it to be Lovecraft. I don't know. That would be. I think that essay would be stretching it a bit. I mean, there's a scientific theory that this whole game is based on about the idea that mitochondria were originally foreign to like mammals or whatever or something, but and then they kind of got assimilated into living beings, but that they were originally kind of parasites. That's kind of, that theory is the basis for the science fiction in this game, but I mean, it's not, I don't think it's very widely believed. Yes, I thought my Heartless shirt is probably the closest thing I have that would work for Parasite Eve. At least this block of cutscenes is kind of cool if you haven't seen it before. It's got lots of FMVs. That big ball of slime, by the way, is a bunch of people that you've turned into slime on day 2. Basically the audience for Melissa's show at Central Park. So all this talking right here is them kind of formulating a plan to deal with the giant slime monster. And as should surprise you, it does involve violence. They're basically going to shoot a special missile that's... it's been so long since I've actually read this text, I don't really remember what they say is in the missile, but it's something... They have something in the missile that will neutralize the slime. Oh, I guess, and also when they were in the hospital before getting caught by Clomp a while back too, is they found out that the reason why Aya is immune to Eve's powers is because her mitochondria have powers of their own that protects her from Eve, basically. That's also where Aya gets her parasite powers from, all the special kind of the spell equivalents that she gets. And then I guess in another cutscene we found out that the reason why Aya has her powers is because of being an organ transplant recipient from her sister. And then Melissa, who's possessed by Eve, is also an organ transplant recipient. And Aya's sister, I guess, was Eve at one point. We find out more about that in the secret ending, which we will be watching because of New Game Plus. Secret ending has the best track in the whole soundtrack, too, if you ask me. It's this really, really gorgeous orchestral arrangement of the game's main theme. So I'm going to take my break during the normal ending, so I don't miss the secret ending music. He slimed me. Yeah, pretty much. The secret ending is kind of the canon. It's not massively different, though. Also, RIP Statue of Liberty. This has to be one of the coolest backdrops for kind of a endgame battle, too, is kind of fighting on Liberty Island in New York City with the Statue of Liberty looking over. Alright, so we've got the final battle with Eve here, although, spoilers, she's not the final boss of the game. If you actually think that she is, that you should be castigated though for, and you should have to play more JRPGs. Oh, if I didn't say so, that weapon that I modded from the T-Rex lets me have two turns per round, basically. So I can either use that on pure offense as far as shooting 4 times, or I can cast spells and stuff. Hey, thank you, Ice Noise. So Eve is kind of a killer meatball for this first phase of the fight, with hands in her hair. The answer is pretty much because mitochondria, just like how it's because nanomachines in the world of Metal Gear Solid. Music for this fight's really, really good too. It's called Femme Fatale. If I'd have actually practiced this, I'd remember how to do it, because you can manipulate a lot of Eve's attacks as far as what she does, just based on your movement. Careful, because I don't want to get too close, because if she doesn't move when I'm really close, she might grab me, which hurts a lot and paralyzes me too. Yeah, that was it right there. Okay, yeah. That could have been a couple rounds faster, but at least I didn't let her grab me. Oh! You know what, I actually just realized that I might actually have a little trouble with this next phase because I didn't learn Liberate. I don't think I have Liberate, because I know in when I did my segmented routing, I had to plan to fight one random in order to learn the ultimate PE power, PE Liberate. Nope, so that'll make, oh, and yeah, that'll make ultimate being a bit more interesting too. Should probably have hasted, because I think haste will cancel out, yeah, will cancel out slow. Liberate will pretty much one-shot her after, after I hit her once. don't think it's possible to avoid that. Shouldn't cure that poison. Okay, got her. That was... I'd pretty much completely forgotten what her moves are, too, just because if I have Liberate, then the second phase is literally just shoot her one turn and then cast Liberate, and it's over. At least we got to hear the music more, even if that was a slow fight. But the big irony, though, is that the reason why I didn't have Liberate is because I didn't get any random battles. It works out so that I only need to fight one random battle in the museum in order to get to the level needed for Liberate. Not having Liberate will be a bit less of a problem for the final boss, just because I kind of know what to expect from the final boss a bit more than EU4. Yeah, oh yeah, that smile she makes when she dies is so creepy, just because that smile just tells you everything you need to know, that it's not the end. You learn new PE powers from leveling. Right now my level is one below where I'd learn Liberate. Alright, so here's when we talk to Wayne here, he lets us rename a weapon and armor, and then whichever weapon and armor you rename or what you get to carry over into New Game Plus. I'm not going to bother renaming anything here just because I'm not using this save file for my New Game Plus run. Your only other weapon that you can use other than guns in this game is clubs. Clubs let you attack faster, and the more advanced ones let you steal items. But they can't compete with guns for damage power. Hey, Vincent's death penalty weapon in FF7 is probably the easiest way to overflow the damage system. It's a boy, I think. It's pretty debatable if the ultimate being has gender. So yes, this is Eve's baby. Basically a child that's kind of pure mitochondria instead of human-possessed mitochondria. Yeah. That is a very... I'm not going to try to do the MV when I'm still getting over a cold, but just imagine MV talking about how much drama that Instababy brings. And that, my friends, is our final boss. It's kind of like Harry Potter too, in a way, just because it has a very distinctive mark on its forehead that it has every time it changes forms. It's almost like a scar. Can't really see it too well here because of the brain lines, but when it starts transforming, that kind of squiggly line on its forehead stays. Okay, so the first phase is pretty much just all luck as far as how many criticals I get, as far as whether I can get it to change before it does a unavoidable attack that takes me down to 1 HP. Which I probably should have hasted. Yeah, because that wasn't even close. Yeah, I should have hasted. I only have to kill the body in order to change phases, but I'm going to kill these wings just for safety. Hey, Ibiza. Yeah, all that teenage angst is coming to the forefront now. Now it's adult. Because this is the phase I would normally want to use Liberate on, but since I don't have Liberate, I just have to shoot him instead. Which I have plenty of ammo. As far as what Liberate does, is it basically turns Aya into kind of an angel-like form, and then does massive damage to randomly targeting enemies, but all of the places where I use it in the speedrun is just against single bosses. Okay, alright. Final phase. Now we've gone from a baby to an angsty teenager to a really weird-looking adult to a fish-like thing. I'm gonna leave anything to chance just because the damage range on the lasers is very wild here. I have died on this phase before too, even though it's basically all scripted. So now we find out that the item that Maida has been trying to give Aya the past couple cutscenes that you're meant to assume is just another useless charm item is special bullets that have Aya's DNA embedded in them, which is what we need in order to kill this guy. Go. Yeah, that's probably the most bad news cutscene in the whole game. But we're not done yet, because now that we've beaten the ultimate being, now we need to actually escape from it, because he's still not actually dead, even though we've ruined his day pretty thoroughly. If he touches me at any point during this escape sequence, it's game over. Which is why I'm hesitating after screen transitions, just to make sure that I don't backtrack, because if you backtrack, then he catches you and you die. Yeah, Aya's running animation leaves a little to be desired. I mean, I like that they actually. I mean this was the '90s, and there weren't really a whole lot of, especially RPGs at the time, to have female protagonists. But maybe they were trying to please the fans or something by giving Aya kind of a bit of a girly running animation. Hey, Nemi. Alright, and we're done, basically. Hey, Agamoth, good evening, sir. That's basically the pretty much loss of control, although there's some few text boxes to mash afterwards, but For this game, I primarily go by in-game time, and I don't stop my real-time timer until I get my final in-game time, which is after the credits. Yeah, FF6 had Terra and Celis as kind of the main characters of the Worlds of Balance and Ruin, respectively, which was also pretty nice. Yeah, the fastest known time for this, by the way, is 3:07 by Dreambaum, and that's timing until the end of the credits, so this is probably going to be like a 3:30 plus, I think. I mean, I didn't die. I mean, I died once to Eve 2, but then I restarted my timer, so that didn't count, but I did also make lots of mistakes. Which I was expecting, given that I didn't practice for this. I wanted to, but I was sick this past week and didn't really feel like speedrunning much. Yeah, he's perfectly fine after getting set on fire. Yeah, like Religion said, from the inside out, because of all of his mitochondria being set to max power at the same time. Falling into the, the Hudson Bay, I guess this is. Whatever the body of water in between the Statue of Liberty and New York City is, at pretty high speeds. I mean, that would normally break tons of your bones. The C4L runs are all in the past broadcasts on Poxnor's channel. I don't think he's highlighted them yet. Oh, but actually there's an easy way to find them, though. Let me find the Reddit link. This link right here has kind of direct links to all of the runs. It's missing Secret of Evermore and FF6, but those are in the last video, so they shouldn't be too hard to find. Oh, I guess I've as many times as I played this game, I guess I never even noticed that then, if the cars in this world are, have, the steering wheel on the right. Because that's how they do it in Japan. I like how all the other people in here look like cardboard cutouts if you look at them too closely, too. Okay, so just a reminder that after this run is over, I'm gonna do a New Game Plus run of Parasite Eve, which will be about half an hour or so, including the ending. And I'm gonna take a break to get some food and stretch my legs a bit, and then I'm gonna play FF6 any percent glitchless with the Shadow World of Ruin route, which is a route I don't normally use just because it's slower than the any percent route I've been using lately for PB attempts, but it's got some pretty cool strats in it, even if the route itself is slower. Yes, economics. To get the this is New Game Plus True Ending, which requires completing the Chrysler Building. The reason why it's only 30 minutes is because you can you don't actually have to play the whole Chrysler Building. If you have the keys already, you can skip directly to the True Eve. Hey, Seawolf. Yeah, I like how the torch makes them all freak out, but nope, it's just a prop. Yeah, this is the ending, solid as steak. This is the normal ending that you get for beating Ultimate Being. There's a secret ending that you get for, well, for beating the secret boss, who I've said a couple times now, but I won't say anything more just because it's... You'll be seeing it in about 20 minutes or so. Well, I guess that's just kind of a live and let live thing then. Getting over the whole, They sure cleaned up this opera house, the Carnegie Hall, pretty quickly too, by the way, after all the fire damage and stuff. So the normal ending is kind of ambiguous. I mean, kind of the main theories I've heard is that, I mean, the one that I kind of buy into the most about this ending is that all the glowing eyes kind of mean that even though Eve is dead, that the mitochondria are all still in everybody's body, and it could, they're waiting for their next chance to be liberated. Another theory is that it's kind of foreshadowing that Aya will become Eve eventually too. So for the normal ending, the music they use is kind of weird. It starts off with a music box playing, I think it's some George Friedrich Handel music. And then, actually no, I think it's Johann Sebastian Bach. Handel is from FF7 actually. Then it goes into J-pop, and then it goes into just weird ambient jungle noises. So enjoy. I'm gonna step out for a second and then be back. hip-hop section of the ending. Yeah, this isn't even going to be sub 3:30. You remember the fastest known time is 3:07. And I think my PB is 3:20 miles. I haven't done that many runs of this though. Like I think this is only maybe like the 5th or 6th time I've actually done a RTA. This is definitely my first and probably last time getting a run with 0 random battles. So I mean that ended up being bad for the ending because I didn't have PE Liberate to use on Final Eve and Ultimate Being. Yeah, Yoko Shimomura did the soundtrack for this, and it shows, given how much good stuff there is here. She also did Legend of Mana, Radiant Historia, and the Kingdom Hearts series. I don't think Shimomura did PE2 though, and I think that also shows just because the soundtrack for PE2 is very different, and it's not really in a way that I like to. It's kind of more just based on ambient sounds than on having melodic music. Oops. Alright, I'll just stop it there. Alright, so yeah, 2:49 in game time. I don't remember offhand what my RTA PB is, but my segmented run is 2:25, and game time is obviously slower than real time. But that is not the clear data that we're going to use for New Game Plus run, though. That's going to be one that's had considerably more work put into it. Guess before I get started, I'll update the broadcast too. Just by adding a plus. There isn't really anybody that runs this category other than me, so I just start the timer after confirming the file load, and then end it on the last hit on the final boss. Because unlike in New Game Plus, you do not get to see your final in-game time, so I just use real time for New Game Plus. This is going to be considerably shorter, though, just you'll see why as we get started. Hey, Evil Dead. The way that New Game Plus works in this game is that anytime you beat the normal game, you can make clear data that contains the weapon and armor that you had Wayne engrave before you fought the Ultimate Being, along with any stuff that you had in the item locker at the NYPD precinct. I'd say the graphical engine for this game is probably more based on Final Fantasy VIII than 7. Yes. I engraved my weapons to be the fun gun and the plot armor. Yeah, getting creative. Oh, Aya's black dress. Oh. It's kind of just a fairly standard looking, like, black lady's dress. I guess the slit on this side is kind of distinctive though. So yeah, the fun gun is quite powerful. In New Game Plus, also known as EX mode, enemies do have more hit points. Like, I think it's like 75% more hit points than in New Game, but my weapon is so overpowered that it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna one-shot every enemy in the game except for the final boss. Hey, Elry. Yeah. That's one thing I've just kind of come to prefer for my own stream, is to have pretty simple layouts. I've thought a couple times about having like some kind of graphics behind my split timer or borders and stuff, but having a border would mean having to shrink the size of my game capture, which I don't want to do. So in the end, yeah, I just like having the game, my timer, and my camera. Yeah, so many there's some freaky cutscenes in the second game too, especially ones of humans turning into monsters, but as a whole, this game has quite a bit heavier nightmare fuel. So because of how short this run is, a lot of the optimization is just around even like silly stuff like getting this key without wasting time. Like that would have been a reset in a PB attempt, just because I had to fumble around looking for the hotspot for getting the key. Reading this book without fumbling for it too is another challenge. Yeah, especially 22-minute speedruns that were a pretty significant portion of it is cutscenes, too. Because you've got the intro cutscenes, then you've got the start of day 2 cutscenes, and then the end, pretty much, along with the day 1 battles. Okay, remember how hard this battle was in my last run? Yeah, not really so much now. DDR Parasite Eve. Hey, Nalan Diego, thank you. It's not really a new route, it's actually kind of an older one that I stopped using because it's slower than alternatives, but it has some fun looking strats for Kefka's Tower though, which is why I made that part of the deal if people voted for FF6 for this special. So it would be actually something different than the normal FF6 runs that I've been doing. Hey, Donnerer. Yes, what did that poor piano do to deserve that shabby treatment? No. No gem box in that route. The biggest thing that I skip in that route is getting Sabin, because I get Shadow instead of Sabin in that route. Actually, I have no target. Okay, just want to make sure I had enough ammo. Yeah, it's the Shadow route, Yagamoth, where I skip getting Sabin and get Shadow instead. The Shadow route used to be the record a while ago for, well, for the Japanese version. But now the people that are competing for the FF6 Japanese record are using 5-character routes, which is really, really risky. Ordinarily in an FF6 any percent run, you have Celis, Edgar, and Setzer who you have to get in order to get to Kefka's Tower, and then you generally get 3 more characters on top of that. You pretty much always get Mog, because Mog lets you avoid a lot of random battles. Gogo is really strong as far as fighting in the tower, and then a 6th character. Probably the most popular 6th character is Sabin, but in the route I'm using, it's going to be Shadow. I've seen runs that got Locke for their 6th character too. Actually, I guess it's just one runner's route, which I haven't actually seen the full strategies behind too. A 5-character tower route means that one of your parties is just one person. So like the current record has Setzer fight Goddess by himself. The record before that had Edgar fight Goddess by himself. Yeah, Terra is strong. The one kind of problem I would foresee with having a route designed around her, though, is that you need to win battles and get AP in order for her to be able to morph. Oh, by the way, okay, got it. The Croc fight is the biggest reset point in this run, by the way, because I have a 50% chance of targeting the tail or the body, and I want to target the body because then it just dies like that. Whereas if I target the tail, it has to go into phase 2, which wastes a couple seconds. Hey, Wipey, good afternoon, sir. And Parallax Solution and everybody else that's tuning in. But yeah, stuff like that is just why I love glitchless FF6 so much, just because there's so many options you have. I mean, it's a much less technically challenging run than the normal any percent route, so it's not quite as impressive to actually finish it or to hold the record, but the fun of it is kind of more about having all of the routing and planning come together in the end than anything else. Oh, thanks for watching, Mourned. Yep, in the current record, the Japanese player that has it refers to it as the Demon Setzer route, because what he does is he grinds Setzer to be in the in the 30s or somewhere for levels. Hey, High Spirits. And then gets the Fixed Ice weapon, which ignores defense, the Offering Relic, which gives you 5 attacks per turn, and then Berserks him, which increases his attack power. So it's really heavily RNG dependent because the fixed dice's damage is like the fixed dice is basically the wonder shot of FF6 because it can do like 200 damage or it can do 99.99. The cool thing about the fixed dice, though, is that it ignores the because the offering normally halves the amount of damage you do per attack, but because you get 4 attacks, you come out ahead. But the that halving damage doesn't apply to the fixed dice. So if you get reasonably lucky with the damage rolls, you can get like up to like 25 to 30,000 a turn. And they always pick Goddess for the character that in a 5-character route they pick Goddess for the mini boss that gets solo just because Goddess has less HP than the other Warring Triad statues. Thank you, Satanic Cat. Oh, thanks for watching, Spherical Crusher. So really, all that I have to do in order to be able to go finish the game is I have to get access to the item locker because that's where the Chrysler keys are. I could have, if I was capable of starting the game with one of the keys, I would pretty much I wouldn't even need to finish day 1. I could just leave after, I think after fighting Eve 1, and then I'd be able to go to the Chrysler building, but I need the key in order to actually be able to skip 70 floors worth of the Chrysler building. But yeah, the current record actually takes goes a step beyond with Psycho Sets or 2, and actually they get a merit award relic, which lets any character equip any weapon and armor, and they use that so that other characters other than Setzer can equip the fixed dice. Let's see, I want the Chrysler key, and ordinary. I mean, I shouldn't need any of this, but just for safety in case something goes horribly wrong. And get some status cure items too. I think I have status cures. Okay, so now I've got the Chrysler Key 7, so I can go fight the secret boss now. I think for the party that fights Doom, it's Gogo that uses the dice, and he has Gogo use instead of using the fight command, he has him rage as Gao. I forget which rage he uses exactly, but I don't know if the fact that he's raging makes the dice do more damage, or if that's like a way to get more than 1 attack per turn. This run is going to be over in about 3 minutes, Miles. Because I'm going directly to True Eve now. The layout of the floors of the Chrysler building is randomized, but fortunately, I don't know if it's that the top floor always has the same layout, or once the floors are generated, they get stored in your save file. But the 70th floor is the same every time for me. Yeah, 2218 is my record for this category. Timed from when I OK loading the save file until the last hit on Eve. Yeah, the reason why this is so fast is just because you can have there's keys you can get that let you skip parts of the Chrysler building, and if I have the last key, all I have to do is just start the game, play until I get access to the item locker at the police station, get the final key, and then go beat the game, basically. Yeah, I want to try to push it down to at least sub 2215 before I submit. There's some stuff I want to do with my file before doing that too. Like I want to get a slightly better weapon. Ideally that has the critical plus ability too. Because as far as where I can actually save time on my PB, it's this fight. Because this is the only fight that takes more than one shot to win. So here's where we kind of find out the hidden secrets of the story, where Aya's sister is also Eve, basically. As in, she also has liberated mitochondria. Yeah, I think the New Game Plus ending is the canon ending as far as what goes into Parasite Eve 2. Alright. That was probably like a 2316, I think. Pretty much all of the time I lost on my record was just because of slow menuing and fumbling for the triggers and stuff in the in Carnegie Hall. That was a pretty good true Eve fight too, just because she never teleported. That's the main thing she can do that makes me lose time. Hey, Empty Eye. Now we get the best music in the game, which is the secret ending credits theme. And we get to change discs just because they only put the secret ending on disc 2. Probably a combination of saving space and also not really intending for you to be able to beat New Game Plus this quickly. Because it's very possible to beat True Eve with just using your file from the end of your first playthrough. I mean, you're not going to be able to beat her until you kind of get to the end of the museum, which is the point of no return. But that's what I did my first playthrough, and True Eve is really, really hard at that point too. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna take I'll try to cut it down to maybe like 15 minutes or so, but I'm gonna go get some food and walk around a bit. Just because the last time I did a stream this long, when I did FF5 and 6 back to back, I didn't really feel too good at the end of 6, even though I did eat during the ending to 5. So I'd like to take a little more substantive break this time, but it won't be too bad. I'll leave you with some music while I'm off. But yeah, this is just a really gorgeous orchestral arrangement of the main theme of the game, which is an amazing note to end on. a sandwich. That's the idea, Lady Lunar. I think the next special will probably be at 15,000. Just because I got from 7,500 to 10K a lot faster than I was expecting. So it's only been like about, what, like 3 or 4 months or so since my last follower special. I kind of like to have them spread out a bit more so that I just have more content to offer for people to vote on. Well, I think the idea after in this ending is that killing True Eve will kind of makes Aya lose most of her powers, which is part of the and Aya's losing some of her powers is part of the backstory to PE2, because like she has no equivalent to the Liberate ability in PE2. She can more just like make her bullets do more damage or shoot fireballs and stuff. Yeah, after I take a food exercise break, then I'll be back for FF6, and then I'll be running FF9 tomorrow. Yeah, the full schedule's right here. It's amazing how easy to make a schedule it is when you're dealing with multi-hour games, too. If I ran like Mega Man games or Castlevania games or something like that, it would take more work to actually make like a long marathon stream schedule. Yeah, yeah. When I'm just scheduling around my own plans and availability instead of like dozens of other people, that definitely is easy moto. Welcome back, Jen. Yep. We're here for the best music in the game too. At least the kind of the tail end of it. It was a really weird run. I got absolutely 0 random battles, which that isn't as significant as you'd think, given that there's only about a dozen or so chances to get random battles in the game, as opposed to fixed ones, which is mostly good, but it ended up messing with my final boss strats because my level was lower and I didn't have a spell that I'm used to having for the final boss, which I will always get if I just even get like 1 or 2 random battles in the last part of the game. than that, I thought it went off pretty decently well for not having practiced. I would have liked to have done a full practice run of the new game PE at least this past week, but being sick meant I didn't really feel like doing it. Because I would have wanted to stream if I was going to practice, and no way I was going to stream when my upper respiratory system was a disaster area. Yeah, I've been looking at Kart's stream past couple minutes or so. He looks like he's got a pretty solid run going. He should cut the 745 if carry armor doesn't kill him, and he doesn't get trolled badly by the final descent. I really want to get back into FF7, but at this point I don't think that's going to happen until after SGDQ. Because I do need to, there is some pretty significant work I need to do before I'm ready to do FF7 runs again, as far as especially updating my discs 2 and 3 route. Alrighty then, well I am going to run some ads, and then start some music, and then take about a probably 15-20 minute break to go have a really early dinner and walk around a bit. But then it will be time for FF6, so let me just get my stuff updated here.